sort of lawyer I want to be and who I want to become in this practice. And being part of the JRCLS helps inform that decision. It helps me visualize what that looks like. So you as attorneys reaching out to your individual student chapters helps them to become more like the wonderful attorneys I see in front of me. The last thing is that you guys can help connect with the larger society during that essential transition between law school student to practicing lawyer. That is our greatest area of fall off. It's the area that's most crucial for setting up larger participation in the attorney chapters. If we can build a bridge between student chapters and attorney chapters at this crucial time, your individual chapters will see eager practicing attorneys in the same way that we see eager students. So I just want to point out that bridges look very different. You can make this relationship whatever you want it to be, so long as you're reaching out and connecting. Make it flexible, make it personal. It's going to look different no matter what. But I encourage you to do so because my message to the students was the same. If you reach out from your side, we'll reach out from ours, and together we're going to build a better and more successful society. Thank you.
All right, we are going to transition to our next presentation. So if we can have Chad Mitchell, Brian Anderson, Wendy, Todd come up. And this is the part I am so excited about, guys. We have an initiative that we are going to talk to you about, and any opportunity that we have to go into schools, I am all for. So our next section, we are going to talk to you about Rule of Law Camp.
Hey, Rule of Law Camp, let's go! My brothers and sisters, if I told you that I was going to give you an opportunity to accomplish everything in the mission statement and everything in the vision statement, would that excite you? Yes. Well, then let's do it, shall we? Because that's exactly what we're going to do here today. I am so excited. So, Rule of Law Camp. Angel, as you were talking about that, I think if we go like this, Rule of Law Camp satisfies those 3 points. Don't ask me to remind you what they are, but I had that thought. It also means I love you. So how did this journey begin? So I work with Boys and Girls Club, where Brian and I are from, which is Tri-Cities, Washington, on the Columbia River. We are a little chapter. We are a little chapter. So anyone who thinks they can't do this, stop. You can do this. So I went and attended a Boys and Girls Club event, and as a parting gift, I chose this picture of Jocelyn. Jocelyn wants to be like you guys. She wants to be a lawyer. How am I going to care about Jocelyn's future? I have this picture sitting next to my phone at my office. I look at Jocelyn every day, and it inspires me to help her achieve her dream. And that's the inspiration we want all of you guys to have too, is to help the Jocelyns of the world, wherever they are, achieve their dream, founded on the rule of law and service, which is what our great society stands for. So how did this start? I was in your seat. Forrest Hansen invited me to meet with him and Judge Plew, and we met in the lobby at the law school, and it's like, hey, we want to do rule of law. And I'm like, that sounds great. I had all these great ideas. Judge Plew had great ideas. Forrest had great ideas. And I was super excited. And then Forrest turned to me and said, Chad, I think your chapter should do this. It took all the air out of the room because I was like, whoa, Forrest, what are you doing? But guess what? You're going to have that same invitation today. And we did it, right, Brian? So you guys can do it. Here's the highlights of the Rule of Law Camp, Tri-Cities, Washington style.
I heard about the law camp through the Boys and Girls Club of America. There's a staff that really pushes for our careers and our futures, and she told me about it because I was interested in law, and she pushed for me to go.
The reason that I came here was I just am really into law, and I've always wanted to have this as my career. So I thought going into here was a good way to jumpstart that.
I am super interested in the legal system, and I like proving a point for the good of others, so I thought it would be interesting to learn about it.
I thought for sure it was going to be a little bit more on the boring side, less interactive, but I think it's been pretty interactive as you can get for something like law. And I think it's been really good for just learning a little bit more about the careers of law. And I wasn't really nervous before coming here because it wasn't like I was asked to do something, but I was just here as a student to learn. And that's really pressure-free.
I like to meet new people who like the same things as me too, because I think that can be kind of hard to meet people who care about law the same way or want to be a lawyer, because there's so many different people at school.
Opportunities like this definitely give me a step up and more confidence, especially to put my right foot forward and follow my dreams, I guess. I just think this whole thing makes the whole process less intimidating, because you think of it as these big scary professionals, and then you talk to them and you realize, oh, they're normal people like me, and I can do this.
I think this would benefit me in the way that I can kind of get a taste of what I will experience if I do go into law school and understand what I will be getting into.
I've learned not just look at the surface of an issue and to dive into what happens on both sides. And I have also learned the rule of law we talked about, that you can't just prosecute someone because you think it's wrong. There has to be an actual law. I really liked the dispute that we did because it was hands-on, and I like doing hands-on learning.
My biggest surprise was that the judge came. I've always thought that judges were one step above everybody, they ruled over everybody. And to see one that's retired and was Supreme Court come, I thought that was really cool.
So far, I've loved it because I'd say the people who are managing it, the lawyers, the attorneys who are trying to manage it, are trying to give us a great experience, trying to make it super interactive. And I really appreciate that effort, and it's been really fun to be here.
So you excited? Good. I'm glad you're excited. So these kind of things don't happen without a team. So the first thing you have to do is you have to put together a committee. So you'll be able to hear from some of the committee members that help pull this off. Brian Anderson will be the first person we hear from. He's our chapter chair in the Columbia River. And so you guys have this handout, right? This is gravy. Hang on to it. We'll talk about it in a little bit. But Brian did the part about the hands-on thing that all the kids were so excited about. So we're going to go ahead and let Brian talk to us about that.
Works? Okay. I'll use this one. Stand up a little bit to get out my energy. Watching that video, such a special, brings back all the emotions of that experience with these young people. And I have a similar experience as Chad. I was working in a classroom, and I was asking an 8th grader, okay, so what are your plans for the future? Have you thought about what you're going to do after high school? And he said, yeah, I want to play in the NBA. I was like, really? I look at him, he's about 5'5", 95 pounds, maybe 100. And I said, okay, do you play basketball? He said, no, I don't. And I thought, wow, this just explosion went off in my mind. And I think we talk about this bridge. this bridge, the Golden Gate Bridge that we saw a minute ago. And sometimes we have this idea in our mind, and we have no idea how to get there, and we haven't even started to get to that point. And so hopefully this presentation will give you this idea of what you can do and how you can bridge that gap between what we believe we can do, what we're interested in doing, and what is possible. And so the mediation portion was just an exposure to this idea. And how can we bridge the gap between differing points of view, differing goals, and reach a resolution? And the first principle that I taught, or that we talked about with these young people, was how do we get a resolution when people are on opposite sides of an issue? How do we bridge the gap between conflict? And my favorite quote with relation to this is by Karl von Clausewitz. He was an analyst, a great analyst of war. And he said that war, what does war have to do with mediation? Well, war is a continuation of politics by other means. Politics or policies that we come up with sometimes fail, and we can't come to a resolution. The same thing happens, is happening every day in our own lives. How do we, if you're familiar with the movie Inside Out, this young girl has a committee of people inside her mind, and they're trying to decide how to come up with what she should do. And certain committee members she gives more space to, and other committee members she ignores. And I've enjoyed that, the way of looking at that in my own life. I have at least a dozen committee members, and they're at odds. This morning, one of my committee members said, "You don't need to participate in the presentation. Chad can step in for me, and I can go climb a mountain." Fortunately, another committee member said, "No, that wouldn't be very nice. I like Chad." Plus,
Thank you, other committee member.
Okay, so flashback to my negotiations class in law school. We started off the negotiation class, and we were given a task to negotiate a particular issue. And I was paired up with the student sitting next to me, Adrienne Gasser. I don't even remember what we were negotiating. All I know is that she steamrolled me. She absolutely steamrolled me in this negotiation, because my process is to spend a fair amount of time of thinking, what is my bottom line, what is my objective, and how am I going to get there? And in the moment, I didn't have the time to think about that. I couldn't come to a conclusion about what I wanted. And I lost. I absolutely lost. So when we, go ahead and go to the next slide. When we participated, we decided we want this to mimic as best we can an actual mediation that's going to happen in whatever setting, whether it's a family law setting, whether it's a civil dispute. We broke up, we had a group of about 12, so 4 groups of 3, and 2 of these students were the claimants. Maybe in this case they were renting, and the third student, who was concerned about this being boring and ended up loving it, he was the attorney. And so the attorney was advising his clients, and I was there as a mediator. And I said, okay, these are the possible outcomes. What do you want to achieve? And I'm just going to jump forward a little bit to the result. Just like in my result, where I got steamrolled, we get to the end of this process, and we had 4 groups, so two groups of 6, 3 on one side, 3 on the other, and we came and they compared results. And some of the students were absolutely flabbergasted that the other group managed to leverage their positions so much better than they did. And they thought, how was this possible? Well, it was their first exposure to the mediation process. this little seed that we were able to plant in their minds that maybe they could have thought about a little bit more what the consequences would be, what they had to lose, what they had to gain. So as we go through this process, I like this Venn diagram idea of, in a mediation, we have a circle that is what is possible. What is a possible outcome? We have another circle that is what is probable. What is the probable outcome? And we try to find in that mediation process where probability and possibility intersect. And I've had a number of very good mentors as mediators in Washington State, all over the state, but particularly one gentleman from Spokane, Washington, who was so good at coming into the room and saying, tell me what you want, and we're going to get it. And I am absolutely on your side. And so he would step into the other room, and he would say, I'm certain, very much the same thing. Tell me what you want, and we're going to get it. But as he went from room to room, back and forth throughout the day, he made us feel like our position was absolutely the most important position, and he was absolutely on our side. And he would make the other room feel the same way. And he would get us to understand where those two circles intersect, the circle of probability and the circle of possibility. Because although the outcome is important in every single mediation, the process, the opportunity to be heard, and achieving a resolution is greater than the actual resolution. There is value in the resolution. And so many of our disagreements are resolved through mediation. You may not think that you have experience mediating, but back to my own personal committee, I think that you are mediating within yourself, you're mediating between family members and friends all the time, and you just haven't called it that. And so as you approach this, this law camp and say, how can I help these students mediate? Remember that the process is more important than the outcome. The exposure to the idea of reaching an agreement outside of court and feeling maybe a little regret at the end, maybe a little bit of success at the end, but the resolution is absolutely the single most important part of this process. I know that successful mediators will resolve more than 90% of the claims that come before them. And really, that is the badge of honor that they carry, is that they really feel this weight. How can I get this resolved? Because that's what the parties really want. They want an outcome that's favorable to them. At the end of the day, each of these students I know were exposed to this idea that I can mediate, I can approach a problem, I can come up with these possible, try to predict the future of what could happen, and I can come out successful.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
You have any questions?
So one comment I'll make is I think that ties back to what we heard last night about being peacemakers and the charge from our prophet. And what a great way to have these young people start thinking about peacemaking and actually hands-on working with peacemaking. So we'll queue up the questions in a little bit. I'm going to skip over this because we're running a little bit out of time, but come back to this and make sure and briefly talk about that. So the next person you're going to hear from was a member of our committee, Wendy Seacott. She wasn't able to make it, but she has some important points that only Wendy can share at this point.
First off, I was asked to participate in the committee because I'm a woman, and at least half the attendees were female, and there weren't any women participating on the committee at that time, and they wanted to make sure that there was some role models that were female that could participate. And so I was very happy and excited to participate, and it was a great experience. So my primary responsibility that I volunteered for was recruitment, and The way that I went about recruiting, we principally wanted to recruit kids who were from the lower socioeconomic spectrum, underprivileged kids, and that was challenging for our first inaugural camp. So we just, at this point, we really wanted to make sure that we filled our spots. Chad Mitchell had reached out to the Boys and Girls Club to try and get some underprivileged kids signed up, and I went the other route, and I reached out to our school district's career specialist and asked if she could help me distribute the flyers to the appropriate people. And she went above and beyond. She was very excited for this law camp, and she actually forwarded the information to all the career specialists in all the surrounding school districts as well. And we were able to pull some participation from those other school districts that way. Another route that we tried to go was to give the information to the director of juvenile education, and that actually didn't work out this time. But I suspect if we started a little sooner next time, that we might be able to coordinate more. Just overall, I gave the welcome speech when the camp was kicked off for the day, and then at lunchtime, like everybody participating, we sat with the kids and we spoke with them, and we shared our experiences being lawyers or paralegals or whatever different roles of the people that were there held, and we answered any questions they might have had, and it was just a good experience all around. The kids were very interested and had lots of goals and dreams for their future. It was also beneficial to me to be on the committee. I am a relatively new lawyer. At the time, I think I'd been practicing for maybe 2 years, and I was able to actually network with other attorneys and people in the field and get to know more people that way. So it wasn't just I wasn't just giving, but I was also receiving on several different levels.
Awesome. Thanks, Wendy. So now I'm gonna skip over this for a minute. We'll come back. It's important, but it's not that exciting, and I need some excitement. So Judge Plew, that's your cue, brother.
Okay, excitement, that's me. Okay, just a couple of things. How important was it to have it in the courthouse?
It was hugely important. The kids were thrilled. They even thought one of the judges was a Supreme Court judge, even though he wasn't. But just being in the courthouse, they were blown away, Judge.
So a strong suggestion is to get this done in the courthouse. That'll mean you'll probably have to do it on a Saturday, right? But kids want to go to the courthouse. It's someplace that's, fortunately, hopefully for many of them, not familiar. But for some of them, it might be familiar. And I will tell you, I've had some kids that have appeared in front of me in juvenile court, and when they come in with a school group, it's a completely different atmosphere. They want to be in the courthouse. So don't settle for the gym at the Stake Center, right? Get it in a courthouse. Judges love to work with young people. We really do. Attorneys, not so much, okay? But we love to work with young people. When someone wants me to speak to a group of high school students, I jump at the chance. I clear my docket. I want them in my courthouse. And I can tell you that's not every judge is going to react that way, but most of them will. Okay? Judges want to work with kids. They want to interact with kids. So when you approach a judicial officer to ask them to participate, be prepared to share with them everything about the Law Society. The mission statement, the vision statement, the website. Judges are very concerned about groups that we affiliate and associate with. So be prepared to explain who the Law Society is, what the Law Society is, when you approach them, when you ask them to use the facility. They'll be receptive. Just understand that sometimes we're a little standoffish. We do have to turn down sometimes opportunities to speak to certain groups. So be aware of that. The judges will let them wear robes. I let them wear robes all the time. Okay, I have a small one in my office that kids wear, and they love to take pictures. They love to sit on the bench, and judges will let them do that. They really will. So go for that. I'm going to share with you just kind of one thought. The rule of law is part of our mission statement as a law society. And Judge Wallace, who I consider a mentor, when he brought me into the Law Society, he explained something really important to me that I wanted to share with you. He said, this Law Society is appropriately very focused on religious freedom and religious liberty. He said, Todd, and he told me and a group of other judges, he said, teach the members of the Law Society that without a strong, independent judiciary and without the rule of law, there cannot be religious freedom and liberty. So that is the role of judicial officers in a rule of law camp. That's what we need to teach young people, is that our systems in whatever country we're in are important, our systems of the rule of law, and we need to help these young people realize that the rule of law is important. I don't have to tell you that the rule of law is under attack worldwide. And so that's an important part of what our law society does, and judges will be eager to participate in that. So don't shy away from approaching judges, and if you have a judge who is a member of the Law Society and you want me to contact him, I'm willing to do that, to open up the courthouse to you and to the Law Society, the chapter. I can explain to them what it is. I can just tell you, I promise you, when you ask a judge to work with high school students, they will almost always jump at that opportunity. Okay?
Great. Thank you, Judge. So we are going to have a time for Q&A. So if you have questions for Brian or Judge Plew, please save them. We'll give you a second to do that. The other awesome thing is, right, part of our role in the society is building bridges to our community. And so the judge that they thought was a Supreme Court judge, Judge Mitchell, no relationship to me, he at lunch was like, hey, do you guys want to wear robes? And the kids are like, really? And he's like, yeah, at the end, we'll get the robes out, we'll have you sit on the bench, we'll get gavels, and all the kids wanted their pictures taken to post on social media of them being, the judge of the day. So that was great. And then the prosecutor, our local prosecutor, came and gave the rule of law speech. Neither of those people are members of the church or members of the JRCLS, but they were thrilled when they learned about our mission statement and our purpose, as Judge Plew explained, to come and be part and celebrate with these kids and teach these kids and be mentors to these kids that we've heard so much about our role as mentors and leaders. Okay, so what did I skip over? Let me check our time. We need to make sure we hit it right on the dot because this is CLE and we want to make sure and do it right. Okay, so this awesome resource that you have, we're not going to go over it, but Amy and her team, thank you so much. Forrest stepped out, Amy stepped up, and her team did a fabulous job to keep the rule of law going. Thank you so much, Amy. There's a QR code on this that takes you, remember that gift I said I'd give you? Rule of Law Camp in a box. It's not a literal box, it's a QR code that takes you to a Google Drive. But this day and age, that's even better, right? We know what we do with boxes. You just recycle them and Amazon uses them all over again. So if you want to scan that QR code, or you can scan that QR code there, I think every document you might think of is there. The invitation, the flyer that Wendy talked about is there. A name tag for your guys is there. The release for media rights is there. If it's not there, reach out to me and we'll figure out how we can help you get whatever resource you're missing. But the two most important things, I'm a trial lawyer, so I kind of try and cut to the chase. These are, I think, the two most important things. They're the first three documents. The first document is the overview. The second document is, hey, here's our case scheduling order that we got from the judge, so we know how to get to our trial date, right? So it's like 6 months before is really the amount of lead time that worked well for us. And so this will take you through all the things right up to your rule of law camp. And then the other really important document is just the sample schedule that we put in there. So you can see, and this is a sample for you. This is actually the schedule that we used for our rule of law camp, but we want you guys to adopt it to your jurisdiction, to what your youth need, to what they'll be excited about, to what will get them to come. So these are just resources for you guys to love or hate or use or revise. The video is a great pitch tool. Like Judge Plouffe said, hey, he'll call up a judge. You could also send the video to a judge and say, hey, you want to see what other judges did, how the kids enjoyed it? Check out this video. Okay, so we're going to do something a little different now. And I know we might have language barriers, so you guys are all intelligent people, so we figure it out.
And the interpreters are going to actually do the questions, so they can speak in their own language, and then the interpreters are going to do it ahead. So they'll do
For the Q&A.
Yes, for the Q&A.
Okay.
We're going to bring those. Will you explain?
We're not to Q&A yet, though, Amy. We're not to Q&A yet. Okay. Okay, so here's what I want you to do. The call to action will be every chapter puts on a rule of law camp by leadership 2027. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. So that's your call to action. Okay, so I want you to find a neighbor, and for the next couple minutes, I want you to talk to your neighbor. Here are the things I want you to talk to your neighbor about. Hey, I'm excited about rule of law camp. Here's why. I'm nervous about rule of law camp. Here's why. I don't understand this about rule of law camp. Talk to me about that. So this is supposed to be interactive. Remember how the kids said they enjoyed being interactive? This is your chance to have some fun with your neighbor, talk about rule of law camp, and then we'll have a couple more things to share with you. Then we'll open it up to question and answer. What I hope is you'll have some better questions, maybe from talking with your partner and thinking about what this should look like in 6 months, a year and a half, 2 years. Okay, go. All right, this is your 30-second warning. 30 seconds left. Shot clock's on. No. Angel, do you know how the mic is? All right, that is awesome. Great energy. I love it. As I was sitting up here listening to you guys talk, it was great. All right, Brian, you got a whistle on you? Thank you, Angel. Awesome. No, I love the energy. It's great. It makes me super excited. Okay, this is our Q&A section, right? So what questions do you guys have about Rule of Law Camp? We have microphones. We have interpreters. I see can we get a microphone over here? Or the microphone's just for interpreters? Or are they for everybody? So, Debbie? Okay, speak loudly, Debbie.
I'm wondering what kind of costs are involved in it. Like, did you have to pay the courthouse to have, security staff on or anything like that?
Yeah, the courthouse was very supportive. We did not have to pay anything for the courthouse. One of the law firms sponsored lunch, and the same law firm sponsored whatever costs there were, which I don't think were more than $600. Yes, Judge Plouffe, food is important. Amen, right? The other thing I'll say, Christopher Childer was involved of all our logistics, and he said put one person in charge of all your logistics, so it's all under one canopy and nobody else has to worry about. Okay, I saw. Yes. Yes. In the resources that we have, so if you go to the QR code and go to the drive, I saw a hand over here. Go ahead and raise your hand up if you have the next question. In the QR code, go to the drive. The resources there will answer a lot of these questions, including about where you can get sponsors. Gayla.
I was just curious whether it doesn't look like you did a moot court. Did you consider that? Was it too much to try to do with just a one-day event?
Yeah, so I'm going to ask the judge to come up here and address that. We did counsel about that together in our committee, and we decided we had too many kids, not enough time, not enough advance warning to do that, so we really simplified it for mediation, but Judge Plouffe has another experience he wants to share.
So the mediation, that's what they chose to do with this camp. I have done mock trials in about 45 minutes. They're super simplified. Okay, so I think my information's in the hand, somewhere in the program. You can email me, but you can do a mock trial in that time frame if you want to. The advantage to the mediation is that more of the students get involved, meaning all the students are involved, whereas the mock trial, you have a couple of superstars, but not as many are involved. But I'm happy to help you with that. I think you can go either way. So, but the students will not be prepared when they show up. They show up. And so it's tougher to do a mock trial because you don't have that pre-preparation. That's why the mediation is a little easier to do, I think you found, right?
We did. Yep, we did. Go ahead.
I'm just wondering what types of committee heads you have. What were your committees to kind of go through each step?
It's in the planning guide, Amy says. And I think we had logistics. So here, wait. Actually, let me go back to this slide. We had logistics. We had someone in charge of getting our rule of law speaker. We had someone in charge of getting our panel for this. Brian was in charge of the mock mediation. And we had someone in charge of lunch. So really, they weren't, I think we had 7, if you count Rachel Woodard. But it was really committees of 1, right? They just, here's your assignment, go and do. And if they needed help, they got it. Great question. I saw a hand right here, I thought. Yes. Awesome. Hey!
Yay! So what ages are we looking at? Because in the Philippines, law is a postgraduate. So you need to finish your degree first before you can go to law school. So can we tap the senior high school or the college?
We did high school. I would say it's totally up to you guys, whatever you think is better for your community.
And what numbers are we looking at per camp?
Again, I think that depends on your community. So for us, I think we ended up having like 25 around there. We were shooting for 30. We ended up having 25, but I would expect like Orange County, if they did it, like I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know. It'd be the biggest tightening on it is the courthouse, right? How many courtrooms you have. But Orange County might have 100 kids. I don't know. Putting you guys on the spot, OC.
So last question. So this can be a simultaneous roll-up camp per chapter, correct?
Sorry, ask simultaneous. What do you mean?
Because this is not an area activity, right? Because
Correct.
we have different courthouses, and different chapters. So each chapter, we can plan a simultaneous rule of law camp for all the 6 chapters.
That's right. If you wanted to do them all at the same time, you certainly could, right? But we're inviting each chapter to host a rule of law camp by October 2027. So you could do it if the area wanted to try and manage that and put them all on the same weekend. There's some benefit to that. That's fine. You can do it throughout the different years. So I think we go, Alma, all right. Alma, did you see you can be head of Women in Law? Did you see that earlier? Yeah. I thought of you as soon as I heard that. I'm looking forward to it.
So my question was, sorry.
Thank you, Sam.
So my question was, how does the Rule of Law Camp tie in with the vision and the mission of the Law Society? Like, what in particular are we tying?
Yeah, great question. So I would say, I lost all my papers. So where are the 3 at? So the first one is defend religious freedom and moral values, right? So I think thank you, Judge. I think as we bring these kids in, and as you heard Wendy talk about, some of these are marginalized youth, right? We're empowering them to decide what's important to them from a moral perspective, from a religious perspective, and be champions of that. This is pro bono legal service, right? I mean, not in the traditional way, but you saw how excited those kids now were to become lawyers or police officers or paralegals themselves. So I think that satisfies 2. And then 3, that's the name of the camp, right? Thumbs up, rule of law, right, Angel? Rule of law, right? Teach them about the rule of law. And our prosecutor did a really, really good job on explaining to the kids in a way they could understand. Brian, Judge, anything you guys want to add to that?
Just to emphasize, one of the ways this came up through the Law Society is that is an area of that the Law Society feels we need to emphasize. Teaching, these are young people that are going to become citizens. These are people, I get less than half of those I summon to jury duty to show up anymore. Right? They don't even show up. People don't show up to jury duty. I issue orders in divorce cases that people completely ignore. Right? This is what we're teaching people is, if without the rule of law, we don't have a society that's worth living in. And we see that. And so that's where I believe that's the emphasis here.
One of the pictures in there was a young girl, Abby, who was wearing the judge's robe. And she ended up, at the end of the camp, she said, "Is it possible to do an internship at your office?" We said, "Of course." And so just like we're bridging between the students that are actually in law school and the Law Society and trying to figure out how we can create this pipeline, this is an opportunity. The people that are showing up at this camp are interested in the law. And how can we give them some practical experience? And just from my own personal experience, we hire high school interns. We've done that for about 10 years. Some of them have become our full-time employees later after college. And so it's been a great experience for us. But what we do is we set up internships. We call them internships for 6 weeks, essentially up to 10 hours a week for 6 weeks. Sometimes we extend those up to 12 weeks, and it's just an opportunity for them to be essentially legal clerks, legal assistants, and they get that opportunity. Some of them are like, wow, this is super boring. Others are really interested and end up going to law school. So I think that's another part of fulfilling our mission.
All right, we have time for, yes? We have some time? Did you call me Mr. Mitchell?
Mr. Mitchell, we have some time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. I have just a question. Where do the kids come from? Like, are they members of the church? Are they the children of the members of the chapter? Or did you partner with the school? Where do they come from? Or did you pay them to just show up there? Like, just let me know.
Okay, so this is the way our chapter felt about this. We did not want this to be an LDS function. We specifically did not want invitations going out through stakes or wards. We wanted this to be for our youth in the community who wouldn't really have those opportunities. We are blessed in the church. We have so many opportunities. Your young women's president's a lawyer. You can liaise with her all the time, right? Same with your bishop or whatever. And so we reached out to Boys and Girls Club, right? We specifically went out to the community, to the schools, and brought those kids to us. Now, you don't have to do it that way, but we really wanted to build bridges with our community as opposed to make this another stake youth activity where we go to the stake center and, the kids who are already blessed in many ways are continuing to be blessed again. We want to reach out to a different demographic of children. Yeah. We invited some DECA kids. I don't remember if they came, but we had a good turnout from the Boys and Girls Club, which was awesome. Great question. Other questions? Forrest, I'm going to give you a chance to add anything that you want to add in case we missed anything, brother. Yes. Okay, go ahead. You think on that, Forrest. Yes, please.
¿Me ayudan con la traducción? Okay. Bien. Trato de como asimilarlo porque, bueno, en México por el sistema legal y por las condiciones, a lo mejor es un poco complicado hacer un campamento. Pero mi pregunta es, hace algunos años en los FSY...
Funny? Hold on a second. Okay. So she's trying to simulate how to bring that or translate into the local Mexican legal system because it may be complicated. Go ahead.
Hace algunos años en los FSY se dio una charla acerca del artículo 27 que 24
Okay.
que nuestra Constitución habla de la libertad religiosa.
Okay, so some years ago there was a coordination with FSY where they talked the young men about the religious freedom article in our Constitution, the 24th constitutional article.
Y de ahí se captaron algunos niños. En lo personal, yo que di algunas de esas pláticas, algunos se acercaron a preguntarme cómo es que podían saber más. Algo así sería más o menos.
Okay, and after that opportunity in FSY, some youth or young women approached her to ask her how to help promote religious liberty. So, is that something doable? Like something we can do similar to that?
Absolutely. It needs to be adopted to, your jurisdiction, right? The way the law operates, the way the rule of law is being attacked or upheld in your jurisdiction, and whatever resources your chapter has. So, yes, that sounds great. If that works in Mexico, bueno. Other questions?
Thank you. Yes. How do we tie rule of law camp with independent judiciary?
Judge Plu.
I think, obviously it depends on your jurisdiction, but have a conversation with those judges beforehand and ask them what they feel comfortable talking about. Most of our judges in jurisdictions around the world and other countries are very concerned about their independence. And if we talk to them and empower them to talk to students about that, they'll feel comfortable. I think it's important. I know this sounds, most judges don't like to be told what to say. So if you just talk to them and say, we'd like you to talk about the independence of the judiciary and leave it at that, trust me, they'll do it. Okay? But I think that's the way judges like to be approached. They like to just be told a general topic and then they do whatever they want, as you all know. Right? But I think they're very open to that, right? They like that. A judge isn't going to want you showing up and saying, these are the 10 bullet points we want you to talk about. They're going to say no. But if you say, this is your topic, just watch out. But do give them a time limit, because judges are kind of notorious for cutting you off, but going as long as they want. So hopefully that answered that.
Judge, was there something else you wanted to say? No, probably be a good time.
No, I just, the other thing is, I think that the Q&A with the students is most important. Whatever you do in this law camp, when I did the one at BYU that was led, that's powerful. These kids will come to the law camp, as I'm sure they did, with questions that they want answered. And some of those questions will surprise you, but make sure you give a lot of time for interaction with the professionals who are there. Because those kids will come, they'll have questions. Some of the questions that they ask me when students come to my courthouse are really profound, and they want answers, right? They think. And almost every student who comes to this will have something that they want answered before they leave. So leave plenty of time to Q&A. That's what I would say. And also, when you do eat the lunch, intersperse your professionals with the students, because that's where that will happen, that interaction.
In Brazil, we have bar associations that involve those kids at their age. So I'm wondering if you, I don't know if someone asked this, I run outside very quick. If it would be like possible to join powers, to do a partnership with, so we have more support and more flexibility to get into the judges, to get them to help us in this project.
Yes, I think that's a great idea, Tanya, and it also accomplishes increasing those bonds between the Bar Association and the JRCLS. So I think we're just about out of time. Forrest, did you want to say anything? No? Okay. Okay. Well, we have 2 minutes to finish. 30 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
30.
Okay, less than 30. I was just going to say, frequency, how often can or should you do this? We're going to do it again. We did it a year and a half ago. We're going to do it again in 6 months. We feel like 2 years is a good amount of time, not only for the energy involved, the work involved, but also the turnover of the students that are going to have access. We want it to be, half of a new, fresh group of students.
Awesome, great job. So I just have 3 quick things. One is that game we played. If anyone wants to play it, I'll play it with you out in the courtyard. It's super fun. That's point number 1. Point number 2 is, actually maybe I only have 2 things. This is the most important thing. It's this lawyer's personal conviction that the Lord's hand is in this work. That this is what our prophet talks about. When he talks about gathering Israel, I believe as we reach out to our young people, as we build connections, founded on the rule of law, founded on virtue, that we will create impact that is endless and eternal. My brothers and sisters, I invite you to join us in rule of law and see the miracles happen under God's hand. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
So
I cannot give enough testimony for what rule of law camps do. Individually, I want to challenge you to be in the schools. It matters. I am in schools every single month. I want to share with you just a little bit. I was in a group of 7th graders passing out those challenge coins, and a girl in 7th grade pulled me over and she said, "Can I talk to you?" And then she pulled me in and she said, "You got to get closer." And then she pulled me in and said, "Please, a little closer." And she said, "Did anybody ever tell you you couldn't be a lawyer?" Whispering it in my ear. And I pulled back so she could see my smile. And I said, "Absolutely." And it made me want to do it even more. And to see that smile that, yes, she could go and do. Individually go into the schools. Student chapters, you guys have courtrooms in your schools. Student chapters, kids want to be in law schools too. So please, student chapters, go and have rule of law camps at the schools. And then our chapters, please, please do these rule of law camps. We chose one time to get the young women's group, and we had kids travel over 50 miles. And we brought in 100 young women, and it is trying on judicial robes. And I actually possess the first female Kansas Supreme Court's robes. And you know what? It's those little boys who are excited to put those robes on, and little girls, and knowing that those are not gender robes. And it's a pretty powerful impact. So please, please, please go and do. All right, so our team, I have a little gift to give to you guys. We are going to start at 11:30, so please meet and mingle, but be back here 11:28, so we're on time. All right, go and do.
Okay, hey, does the mic work? Does the mic work? Hey, if you want to play the game, come on up. We're going to play the game. If we don't get enough people who want to play the game, then I'll just explain it. But if you want to play the game, come on up. It's a good time. No waivers required.
got one. I'll go grab two.
right, sisters and brothers, if we can take our seats. All right, sisters and brothers, let's take our seats. So sorry, guys. Another thing you're going to learn from me, because I was a seminary teacher, we start on time. If you filter in later, it's okay, but... Awesome. You are so gorgeous. Amazing, amazing. Okay, it is not right now. We're going to do a couple presentations, but when we get to the awards section, we are asking that our chapter chairs, our chapter chairs, One, okay. All right, when we get to our chapter chairs, we are asking one representative per chapter. So you guys have a little ability to be texting each other to figure out who that one representative is as we come up and do pictures, all right? Fantastic. So it was so good to feel the momentum and the energy from the rule of law. We are now going into our next initiative on religious freedom. So Blaine, if you will please come up and take it away for us.
Well, good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be with you. My name is Blaine Evanson. I am an attorney in Southern California and the chair of the Religious Freedom Committee. It's been a wonderful and inspiring couple days being with all of you. I don't think I have ever been a part of an organization led by people with more energy than Angel and Amy. So I'm excited for all the great things that this organization will do over the coming years. My job this morning is to give a little overview of what we are doing in the Religious Freedom Committee and to talk about ways in which we can help you in your work in the chapters going forward, as that is our primary goal and mission. And we have a couple slides, which I will try and figure out how to click through. There we go. Okay. So these are our core objectives as a committee, the things that we try and center all of our efforts around. To actively advance legal protections for religious liberty, to develop and mentor lawyers and law students committed to religious liberty, and to educate the public and legal communities on the importance of religious liberty. That's sort of our animating goals and objectives. And we have 5 subcommittees that we have formed to carry out these efforts. The first is our Outreach and Engagement Subcommittee led by Hannah Smith. She spoke to the new chapter leaders yesterday morning about ways in which we as a committee want to help each of your chapters put on, organize, and support religious liberty activities, and I'll come back to that at the end of the presentation. Second subcommittee is Student Mentorship and Development. That's led by Tanner Bean. Tanner and Annika are going to talk in a few minutes about our Religious Liberty Fellowship, which is sort of the hallmark thing that we do to try and develop and mentor law students interested in religious liberty. We have an advocacy subcommittee, and I'll talk about some of the highlights of that. And then content and education and communications are 2 areas where we have not historically done very much, but that is our sort of goal for the coming years, to try and collect and organize the content that is out there on the church's website, on the Clark Society website, on BYU's website, and pull it together in a way that is helpful for all of you. We want to become sort of a one-stop shop for content and material on religious liberty, both for your own education and your use in putting on religious liberty events in your various chapters. And the last one is the communications. Part of that is creating the website and hopefully the social media presence to get that content out into the world. So those are our sort of core goals and the things that we're working on as a committee. Some of the great successes we've seen over the last a year or so. This slide depicts some of the incredible events that many of you have been involved in all over the world over the last year or so. As I mentioned, Hannah is our outreach engagement subcommittee chair. She works with many of you and will continue to do so on supporting local Clark Society chapters putting on religious liberty events, as you can see, all over the world. So we want to continue to do that, and I'll talk a little bit more about that at the end. The second, on the fellowship that I mentioned, this is just a picture, and Tanner and Annika are going to talk about this in more detail, but this is a wonderful program we've been doing for several years in Valley Forge, helping these students learn the principles of religious liberty and sort of mentor them in how they can apply those principles in their life in the law. And then the last thing I want to mention is our amicus brief project that we've started the last year or two. Our former committee chair, now Elder Alexander Dushku, had the idea a few years ago to engage our committee in actually impacting the law, the development of the law of religious liberty through the filing of amicus briefs in cases that raise important religious liberty issues, issues that are important to the church, important to the broader enterprise of religious liberty. And so we began last year, we filed our first brief last year in the Huntsman versus tithing case against the church. And we filed a brief in support of the church seeking en banc review from the en banc Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. And that brief laid out a theory of church autonomy, First Amendment, that the church's decision as to the collection, management, and spending of funds donated as tithing is a sacred ecclesiastical duty and not something that civil courts, certainly civil juries, should have any role in policing. And so that was the argument that the church had made throughout the litigation and that the Clark Society made, again, in support of en banc rehearing. And it's always hard to know in these cases when you file an amicus brief what impact it's going to have. You can't peer into the mind of judges and know whether it's swaying them. Some judges read the briefs closely and you can tell that it impacted them. Sometimes it's not clear that they read the amicus briefs at all. So we're sort of reading tea leaves here, but I want to show you just a couple of those tea leaves that illustrate the way that we hope we're having an impact. And this is a video clip from the oral argument before the en banc Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. And this is, in the lower right-hand corner is the lawyer representing Brother Huntsman. And then this is going to be the first question asked by the court after the lawyer's opening remarks.
I understand the importance of avoiding constitutional questions where we don't need to do that. But for example, the Supreme Court in Presbyterian Church versus Mary Elizabeth Blue Hull that dealt with a trespass claim, Our Lady of Guadalupe, which dealt with an employment claim, and Kedra versus St. Nicholas Cathedral of Russian Orthodox Church dealt with an incorrect incorporation of secular legal principles to church governance. Why in this case, where we're dealing with tithing, which, I think you would agree, is a very common principle among many, many religions. You've seen some of the arguments from the opposing counsel, or more the amicus counsel, talking about the many differences that there are among religions about the meaning of tithing. But to my understanding, tithing, unlike your Mother Mary example, is a quintessential religious issue. In fact, I don't know of any use of the term tithing that is not religious in context. What am I missing?
So, great question. The church of course, went on to win that case. And we appreciated the call out from the judge to, the amicus briefs. But the cases that he cited in that question, there were 3 cases cited in a particular order, framed in a particular way, and the only place in the briefing you would find those 3 cases cited in that way is on page 2 of our amicus brief. So again, this is not, I don't know the mind of the judge, but it seems like we had a great impact on his at least thinking about the case and the way that the Supreme Court has addressed these issues in the past. And when the case was decided, when the en banc court ruled for the church unanimously, the leading concurring opinion from Judge Bress, which adopted wholesale the argument that we had made about the scope of the First Amendment's church autonomy doctrine, he cited our brief, the only amicus brief that was cited in the opinion. So, all right. I wasn't expecting applause, but that's awesome. Thank you. So we are very, very excited about this effort. This was the first brief we filed. We have since filed 3 more in the DC Circuit, the 10th Circuit, and then in the District of Utah. And we are constantly on the look for issues of great importance to the project of religious liberty and to the church in particular. And so we invite any of you who are watching these cases percolating around the country to reach out and let us know how we can help. Yeah. I'll repeat it. Say that again. Even better.
I may be revealing that I'm not up to date on website content, but are these amicus briefs available for the general members to read, and how are those accessible?
They are available. There is a page on the Clark Society website, resources amicus briefs, yes, and you'll find a listing of them. And someday soon, in the revamped Religious Freedom website, we'll have a feature on it and we'll explain more about the cases. So you can find them on the website now, and it will be more user-friendly in the months to come. So with that, I want to invite Tanner and Annika up to talk about the fellowship.
Okay, can everyone hear me? Yeah. Let's see, we got to get one of these slide advancers, right? Maybe. Green button? Top one. What's this one do? Laser? Okay, my name's Tanner. Thanks for being here, and we're glad to be here too. We just wanted to talk a little bit about the JRCLS, Religious Liberty Fellowship Program. It's something that I think is near and dear to both of our hearts. We've contributed a lot toward. So I wanted to start out talking a little bit about where this effort came from. And I'd say about maybe 8, maybe 9 years ago, the powers that were in the Law Society, and I wasn't involved enough in who's who back then to know who it came from, but there was a directive to establish a task force to develop future leaders in religious freedom by and through the Law Society. And at the time, I was working with the student chapters as the liaison to the Religious Freedom Committee, and I got to be part of that task force. And what was decided is to create a program where there would be an intensive experience where students, recent grads perhaps even, would be able to receive like a lot of schooling, a lot of networking, and practical skills in religious liberty. And the first year that it was conducted, it was about a 1.5-day experience in Washington, D.C., but over the years has grown into essentially a week-long experience in Pennsylvania currently. And happy to announce, through that growth, we've had a lot of fantastic people. You can see this group last year out in Pennsylvania, and we now have over 100 alumni of the program. So with that, I'm going to turn it to Annika to explain a little bit about what we do.
Yeah, I was in that first class of fellows and have been involved in the planning ever since. And I think we have some of our fellows here today. If that's true, can you guys just like give a wave or stand really quick? I think we have a few of you in here.
Yeah, stand up. Let's see it.
Those are just a few of the over 100 fellows that we have that have gone on to make an impact on religious liberty in their communities. But we start by bringing them together for a week of just really hands-on, in-depth religious liberty training. There are a number of programs out there that are designed to teach law students in religious liberty, but there was really a gap in the space because a lot of them have statements of faith. And statements of faith that very specifically exclude Latter-day Saints and other people who aren't Trinitarian Christians. There's also a gap in fellowships that really focus on the kind of peacemaking ethos that we try to embody in this law society. So that's really our aim with everything we're doing here, is to train principled peacemakers. So they hear from judges on various circuits. They've heard from congresspeople, lobbyists, from professors who are just experts in the field, from advocates at most of the major religious liberty law firms, and as well as from religious leaders who are engaged in this space and in peace building. We want, by the end of the week, for them to know more about religious liberty than they probably will coming out of their First Amendment classes in law school.
Great. These folks, we have really tried to turn this experience from just a simple engagement for a week or so into a lifetime of engagement. And the way we've tried to do that is we build an action plan component to this experience. And we tell them very, very explicitly, we've invested in you, we want you to now go and reinvest that into your communities with the specific talents that you have, with the specific niches that you might have. And so these action plan projects are contemplated to occur within 6 months of the program. And you can see a few examples here. We have one fellow that's out doing international work on the intersection of women's rights and religious freedom. We have law review articles, social media campaigns, conferences. Wendy, who's here, I got to attend her conference in Cache Valley. She had interfaith representatives, she had county commissioner, she had government leaders there. It was very interesting and fantastic to be to. Another of our fellows that's here, I don't know if today, but Fabio was at least yesterday, has created a Francophone Alliance for Religious Freedom for Portuguese-speaking countries across the world. Just phenomenal things these folks are doing to impact. So it's a great example of maybe something that we can learn and see, or what Hannah mentioned to us yesterday, about the sorts of programs and activities our chapters can do.
It's also been a great source of bringing people into leadership of the Law Society while they're young, as you can see by the fact that we have some fellows here. We've had fellows want to go and start chapters on their campuses. We also, it's very important to note, this is not a fellowship for Latter-day Saints. It is open to people of any faith. And so we've seen people of other faiths come into the Law Society through the fellowship. Our applications are live. That is the QR code. Please send it to the students you know. And that is not just law students. We also accept applications from undergraduates, graduate students in related fields, and people who have very recently graduated within about the past year.
And if for some reason the QR code's not working, you can just go to the Law Society's website, hit the Religious Freedom tab up top, and scroll down, and it will take you to this page. Thank you to the Amy's for that. And last thing I'll end on is it's really just a fantastic experience, fun to be with these students, a great way to reinvest, and you can see they're having a great time here, both in class, working through things, with circuit court judges, strolling the streets of Philadelphia, Valley Forge. So we really hope it continues to be a great experience for these students.
Blaine, do we have a minute in case there are any questions?
Any questions?
My question was the cost and what's the dates?
So there is no cost for fellows to attend. We provide them with lodging and all meals at Valley Forge campus and a travel stipend depending on their location, but it usually covers most of the travel. And it is June 1st to the 5th this coming year.
Okay, well, if you have further questions, come speak with us.
Okay, last thing to go over is International Day of Religious Freedom. Who has heard of the International Day of Religious Freedom? Wow, that is more than I expected. Amazing. The International Religious Freedom Day occurs every October 27th. It is not a well-publicized holiday, but it commemorates the signing of the International Religious Freedom Act of 1998, which Bill Clinton signed into law, and which has been adopted in countries all over the world. So this is a recognized holiday by the State Department in countries around the world, and it is one that we as a law society would like to begin to acknowledge and celebrate and to support with events the week of October 27th. And so here is what we want to propose to all of you, another call to action. I think that's like the 10th one for this weekend. But this is, if you remember one, remember this one. And here is, sorry, I'm speaking last, so I get to say that. And here is the punchline. If you remember one thing from all of this, it is that you sponsor some effort, any effort, the week of October 27th. And that any effort is what I want you to remember. That we are not saying that you have to put on some massive symposium with 15 speakers at a cost of tens of thousands of dollars. This can be anything. So an event can be big or small, in person or virtual. You might have a symposium with several speakers, or you might have a lunchtime brown bag discussion where you have a speaker come, or where you all read some article in advance and come together and talk about it. Or you could even just email your chapter and say, here's a great religious liberty article or brief or something. Read it yourself and think about how you can apply those principles in your life. Or anything else. So this really is open-ended. We recognize that October 27th is 3 weeks away. Hopefully I know that there are some chapters that already have plans for an event the week of the 27th. And we also recognize that because this is the first year we're doing it, it's going to be sort of baby steps. And so we don't need to hit it out of the park this year. But we hope that we do something this year, something a little better next year, and then this turns into a thing that we do every year, like the month of service, like the other Clark Society initiatives. So that is the initiative and the call to action. What question? Oh, last thing. There are lots of available resources. You do not have to come up with this by yourself. On the Clark Society website, the church's website, BYU's website, we have emailed those around to chapter chairs, and we can do that again. And our committee is available to help in any way that we can. So if you say, we have a lunch planned for this day or an evening event or something, but we need a speaker, call me, call Hannah, call Tanner, call Annika, any of us, and we will find you a speaker. Or if you are not sure, what's a good article or essay or brief that we could read and talk about, call us, email us, and we will send you something or send you some ideas. So our job, our role as a committee is to be helpful and supportive to all of your chapters in putting these events on in October. What questions do you have? That's it? All right, even better.
All right, family, I know we all have phones. Let's see these phones. Get the phones out. Phones. Let me see your phones. Your phones have calendars, all right? Calendars, all right? You know how to go to October 27. Let me start seeing you scroll. October 27th. Get it on your calendar, October 27th, all right? Go and do now, right? October 27th, International. Okay, we've got it? All right, now to our committee, will you push out some social media for us so all of us can at least just take something and post it? All right, we can all start doing posts, and then we're planning events. Awesome? All right, oh my gosh, you guys are getting phones out? Perfect. All right, it is award time. This is the exciting part. So we would like to encourage Megan to come up, and if I could have our area chairs. So we start doing some staging. So if I can have my area chairs start gathering over there. So area chairs gathering over there. It'll be just a little bit before we use you, but area chairs start staging over there.
All right, so we're going to turn the time over to Megan and then Amy Larson. Perfect.
Thank you, Angel. So I wanted to take a moment to honor a wonderful woman who's with us today, who's been involved in the society for many years. So the hat that I now wear in the Law Society is the chair of the International Women in Law Committee. And each year, the Women in Law Committee nominates and chooses one woman from the society to present the Women in Law Service Award. And the Service Award, the criteria for it, essentially, we are thoughtful, thinking about a woman who's shown excellence in service in the Law Society, at church, in the community. And this year, 2025, this award has been given to Tanya Parker, who's with us. And I'll have Tanya come up right now. And I should add that Tanya was not able to receive this in person at the conference in Mexico City, so some things have already been said about this, and she has a short speech on YouTube on the JRCLS page with more details, but she's given much to the society, recently as vice chair in Brazil, and currently is doing a lot of work with refugees in particular. So thank you, Tanya.
Well, we're excited to continue on with the next portion of our award ceremony, and that is to honor some of our outgoing chairs at the area level, so our area chairs who have finished their terms of service. And fortunately, we haven't been able to have all of them join us today, but we do have a couple who are here. So we're first going to acknowledge those who are not here, and then I'll invite up those who are. So we wanted to say thank you to Emily Melling of the Central America area, Shazeli Garcia Guion from Mexico, and Christina Ortega from the South America Northwest area. So we're going to just applaud for them just in case they're watching. All right, and then we are also are privileged to have two of our outgoing chairs, and most of you are familiar with each of them. So I'd like to call up first Angel Zimmerman, the outgoing chair of the U.S. Central area, so United States Central area. Banner Day. I'll be more careful with the next one. We are a nonprofit association, so let's just keep that in mind, shall we? So, and then I also want to invite up our outgoing Utah area chair, Joseph Brubaker. And with some outgoing chairs and some additional chairs, so we just want to acknowledge those who are here. So if they are here, we'd ask you to just wave when I call your name. So these are our new area chairs for this coming year. So we've got Sia from Africa South area. So Sia, can you wave your hand over there? Just give a wave. We've got Bruce Laycock from Canada. Spencer Millian from Central America. Daniel Fingerle from Europe Central. Julie Khoury from Middle East Africa North. Patricia Diaz, South America Northwest. Jason Nichols from Utah, who's not here, but we can wait. And then Stephen Spencer from the United States Central, who's also not here. So there you go. Perfect. Thank you. And area chairs, just sit tight. We're coming to you.
We're doing tag team. Okay, so we would like to recognize our outgoing committee chairs, and we'll mention Claudio Klaus with Communications, Robert Snyder with Religious Freedom, Susanna Thomas, so she's here, Susanna, perfect, all right, start walking up, and Christopher Schmidt with the Executive Board, so thank you. Okay. And then asking to stand for our incoming committee chairs, Louise Rotata, Communications. Rauta. You know, I practice these names, and I still also. So, Communication, Rauta. Thank you. Blaine Everson. Oh, so. Okay, so Blaine. Oh, stand. Awesome. Religious Freedom. You heard him. And BJ Duke with our service. BJ, thank you. Thank you. All right, I'm turning the time back over to Amy, and then thank you. We're almost ready, all right? You guys did so good staging.
So, most of you who are in this room are aware of a very important person who has made this conference in its current form possible. He is a visionary man, a man who I've had the privilege to work with formally for the past about 20 months, and before that for many, many years. It's with his determination, his willingness to work hard, to put in the time and the effort and the sweat and the tears to grow the Law Society into its current form. He stood on the shoulders of many incredible executive directors before him, and he has set us on a path for success for all the executive directors after him. I personally feel so grateful for the opportunity I had to work with him closely before his departure into the next area and adventure of his life. But I believe that every one of you here has been touched and inspired in some way or another, whether directly or indirectly, by this individual. And so I would like to ask that we give a warm round of appreciation for our former executive director, Forrest Hansen.
So very, very briefly, I told Amy she didn't have to do anything for me, but since she did, I'm okay with it as long as this is bigger than David Garner's award. It's just, I just am full of gratitude for the opportunity to work with the Law Society. It truly changed my heart and changed my life, and I got to, and still get to, be with so many good people and in such an important mission. So I just offer my thanks and gratitude to everyone and for the opportunity. And I am so excited for Amy Larson and Angel to steer the Law Society. I think in the past we've felt Amy Larson's energy from below, and now you'll feel it from top down. So it'll be a wonderful moment. But thank you. I just love everyone here, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to know you.
All right, time is here. It's the chapters. Okay, so chapter area chairs, if you'll please come over to here, and we need them to have their microphones. And this is going to be lots of pictures, all right? So we are going to go through our bronze areas, then our silver areas, and then our gold areas, all right? So area chairs, you're up 3 times potentially, okay? But if you'll move over to the side, if you can come over here a little bit. Okay, can we start lining up? We'll start soon. We can start lining you guys up right here. Okay, move, move, move. Awesome, awesome. We want to see you. This is awesome work that happened. Okay, we can try to stand right. Maybe start right here so we can see you. Perfect. Awesome. And then for pictures, right here. Okay, so the chapters are going to have their pictures taken right here, and then we're going to ask them to continue to just stay staged right here, so we can have a picture of all the bronze, then all the silver, and then all the gold. All right? And then Amy can tell us whatever I said was not right. Okay, and remember one person from your area. And we are going to have our chapter person will stand right here. Got it? Our chapter person accepting the award right here for photo. Awesome. All right. So we will start with Africa. Okay, we're going to start with Africa South. Yeah.
This award goes to Mozambique. Jackson Sunday is the chapter chair.
Chapter Cuiabá, Dr. Mario. Chapter Santos, Lucas.
From Central America, the Bronze Awards goes to the Guatemala City chapter.
The Bronze Award goes to España, Madrid chapter.
Okay, for St. Louis, if you'll come on up for Central USA.
Okay. Our first bronze is Indiana, Indianapolis, Byron Romney. Okay, and then Ohio, Cincinnati, Peter Hilton. Is he here? Okay, and then Virginia Richmond, Lindsay Bunting Eubanks.
USA West, bronze, Alaska Anchorage. Matt Lund. Oregon, Portland. Washington, Columbia River. Washington, Seattle.
Okay, it's time for South America Northwest. Bronze for Bolivia Sucre. Colombia Barranquilla. But Colombia is not here. Colombia Cali is not here. Ecuador Quito. Ecuador Guayaquil. Peru Ica, but it's not here.
Chile, Santiago.
Okay. Chapter ABC, São Paulo, Doutora Alessandra. Chapter Curitiba Students, Dr. Júlio. Chapter São Paulo, Doutora Tânia.
sorry, you have a gold, I think. So we're I'm so sorry, you're gonna come back for gold. I apologize. So you need to go in this order. Okay, listen. So if you can go, okay? So now we're going to go to Ginny. It's gonna be Ginny.
It's me. My turn.
Oh, you, oh, yes, that's right.
Okay. Silver. Okay.
Okay, we need to adjust. Okay, so our bronze picture, quick. Yes. We're still learning. Okay, so we only have four silvers. Okay. All right, picture really quick. I mixed my transitionals.
Sí. Da, está bien. Silver. Capítulo México Hidalgo.
Okay, Ohio Northern University, Mason Cook.
All right, can we just have our silver stage? So silver over here. Yep. Yes, and we'll do pictures.
Oh, yeah, we need some, yes. Thank you so much.
Silver, Rich. Silver. Awesome. Okay.
Muito bom.
We're gonna fix those pictures later, but we're ready now.
Silver, you're ready to go.
Okay.
Okay. Now we're going for gold, oro. Liberia, Monrovia. Okay. Chapter Nigeria, Port Harcourt.
Chapter Belo Horizonte, doutora Milena. Chapter Curitiba, Dr. Júlio. Chapter Feira de Santana, doutora Lilian. Chapter Juiz de Fora, doutora Maíla. Chapter Rio de Janeiro, Dr. Campanella. Alessandra, pega Nordeste. Chapter Nordeste, Dr. Alessandra. Chapter Rio Grande do Norte, Dr. Heitor. Chapter Salvador, Doutora Lilian.
Chapter Dominican Republic, Santiago. Capítulo de Estudiantes, República Dominicana, Santo Domingo. Ahí quédate, ahí quédate. Okay. Capítulo Santo Domingo, República Dominicana.
Greater New York City chapter. Is anyone here from New York? I'm not sure I've seen. I know Brent. Yeah, And then Washington, D.C. Mid-Atlantic, Zach Smith.
California, Los Angeles. California, Orange County.
New Zealand, Hamilton chapter.
Yes. For the Philippines, 6 chapters, got all gold. Philippines, Mindanao. Congratulations, Philippines, Metro Manila. And congratulations, Philippines, Northern Luzon. Come up, Philippines, Southern Luzon. Of course, Philippines Student Chapter. And last but not the least, and they are not represented because of the earthquake that just happened, Philippines, Visayas. Okay, Gulf Force, America Northwest. Bolivia, La Paz, chapter. Peru, Arequipa, chapter. And congratulations for Lima, Peru.
Capítulo Utah Salt Lake City. You forget the Central Africa. The Central Africa. The Africa Central. Tanzania.
All right, this truly is the success of our chapters. So thank you for being here for all of our awards. History matters, documentation matters, pictures matter, so thank you, thank you. All right, we have a couple announcements. So tables are over at Emerald Lodge, and those who are interested on BYU's LLM program, Eric Jensen, you're here. Eric. Okay, so it'll be over at Emerald Lodge, so you can talk to him at tabling. Okay. Great. And then we are going to do additional photo ops. So if you want to have more photos taken all together with the chapters, then please stay here after prayer. All right, Dawn, if we could have you come forward. Awesome. And then we'll switch out if you don't have the right one. User error on my part. Okay, Dawn. Summerfelt, and this is from our new Canadian area board. So if you will say, hey, this is our prayer over the food, and then you'll move over to food.
Our Father in heaven, as we conclude this plenary session of the Leadership Conference, we express gratitude for the leadership and the service which has been demonstrated this day, as has been recognized already, and we are grateful for all that those individuals and those chapters have done. We pray that thou'lt help us as we go forth to live the mission statement of the society, in particular as we endeavor to promote religious freedom. At this time, we express gratitude for the food that we will have to eat and pray for a blessing on it, that it might provide nourishment and strength to us. This we ask in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
So start moving over for food. If you want additional pictures, come forward.
Tanner and Annika, can you help me? Can I get your attention, please? Hi. So, welcome, everyone. We're so grateful for you that you are still here with us, that we didn't lose too many of you as we come into the closing session of the Leadership Conference. We are so grateful for you taking the time to be here with us today and for the opportunity we've had to hear some really great information, some inspiring stories, to get to know one another, and to prepare for a year which I hope will be unprecedented when it comes to our commitment to the vision statement with the mission statement at our heart, remembering what we value and what brings us here. So as we begin this afternoon, as many of you know, I have some excitement. I like to be excited. I like to share exciting things, and gratefully I have some pretty exciting things to share with you today. So we're going to start off first with an announcement from Sam Morales, and then we'll be followed by Zach Smith from the Washington, D.C. chapter, and then we will have Tanya Parker come up for one final announcement. So take it away, Sam.
Okay. We are very excited to announce the speaker for the next fireside in January. And I don't know, you may not know the person, but we will have Elder Haroldo Cavalcanti. He is a general authority, but we also have Sister Cristiana Cavalcanti, who is also an attorney. So the speakers will be the Cavalcantis. So this will be a very, very special fireside because they are members of the Law Society. Haroldo is the founder of the Law Society in Brazil, and Haroldo is a promoter of the Law Society. He and his wife, Sister Cristiana, have done a lot for the Law Society in Brazil, and they are for sure talking about it. In General Conference, we heard him talk about the Law Society, and I'm sure they are doing it anywhere they are assigned to speak. So that is the announcement. I hope you are excited about it. So you can register now. You can RSVP your attendance now. It is in the website. Am I okay? Yes, Amy? Yes, you can register now.
Hello, everyone. We're really excited to announce the 2026 annual conference will be in Washington, D.C. Yeah, there we go. We're very excited in D.C. to host the conference. It is the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, which is a document that has influenced many countries in their freedoms. So we're excited to celebrate that. The theme will be Foundations of Freedom, Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit of Happiness. So we're going to have some incredible speakers. Yeah. Oh, here we go, big reveal. We're going to have Justice Clarence Thomas of the U.S. Supreme Court will be speaking to us. Elder Alexander Dushku, as many of you know, will be speaking to us in the National Cathedral, which if you've never been to D.C. and never been to that building, it is absolutely gorgeous. So come just for that alone and for Justice Thomas. Several other speakers on religious liberty. We're going to have a group teaching you how to have political dialogue with someone you disagree with. It's going to be absolutely incredible. So the dates are February 26th to 27th. It's a Thursday, Friday. There's no Saturday like there has been in the past. So Thursday morning. So we probably get there Wednesday, and then we'll end Friday before dinner. We'll have some incredible excursions, just incredible events. We may even have a service opportunity. It's just going to be awesome. So put it in your calendar. Registration will be coming out soon this fall. We're really excited to have you in D.C. Thank you.
Well, I'm very excited. Prigol should be here with me, who is the Brazil area president. But what we would like to say, invite all of you for the Brazil Conference 2027. Woo! It's going to be very exciting. It's going to be in March after the carnival, so don't worry. Everyone's supposed to be dressed on the streets, we hope. It's going to be in Rio de Janeiro. And we are very happy. Of course, it's hard to top Mexico. They raised the bar very high. But we are going to do our best. We love you all, and we are so grateful for this opportunity to host this conference in Brazil. And our team is working very hard. Lilian, the new vice chair with Prigol, are doing an incredible job, so the other presidents. So hope to see you there in 2027. Woohoo!
So how are we feeling about what's coming up? Pretty exciting. No, we're just so grateful for the many, many people who are giving us the opportunity to come and visit them in their areas and to make this an experience that more people can come to know who we are, what we're trying to accomplish, and it's an opportunity also to share with those who may not know what we represent, to give them an opportunity to come and see and learn about it. So we hope you will mark your calendars and be able to join us. In terms of the fireside, that of course is an online event, but if the DC conference is going to be in person as well as the Rio conference. So we're looking forward to that and so thankful for the local committees, all they're doing to prepare for those, which is great. So the next thing we'd like to do is invite Amy Parker to come on up. She is the events chair and is overseeing this entire conference. And so we've got some things that, some people that we want to acknowledge. So come on up, Miss Amy P.
Thank you. And when she says events chair, she means events manager, because I definitely get paid for this. Sorry. Just kidding. We have had a great good work happening behind the scenes. I've talked to several of you about it, but I like to think of events as a cross stitch. And as long as the top looks neat and like you did your work well, the back can be as messy as you want. So we're going to show you the back side of the cross stitch, the people who keep it together. So first I think everybody's in here. Scott Brown, are you in here? Did you leave? Scott, come up here. Scott Brown is the events chair, which means that he does not get paid. And he's our fearless leader who holds us together.
It's a ceremonial chair.
He likes to say. We also have Doug Lusk, who runs all the registration. Anything that got you here, if you had a question about the registration site or payment, that's all Doug. Doug is really the glue that keeps us together, because without the reports and the lists, it would just all fall apart. Like the spreadsheets are the foundation of a conference. Well, thanks, Doug. We have Matt Imbler, who's outside and doesn't come in, but Matt is our financial controller at the law school. He's a ceremonial member of the JRCLS, and we really couldn't do anything without him. We also have our management team. We have Liza Wolfgram, who you met yesterday. Liza, come up here. She's working hard to get the fireside up. Liza's our website manager, and she takes care of everything that goes on the website. She's also just our technology guru. So if we have AV or we have headsets, it's whether or not it's in her job description, that's a Liza problem. And then we have another honorary member, Vini Veras. Vini. We met Vini yesterday. Vini just came and said he wanted to help. He speaks Portuguese. He volunteered his time, and he has been here from the beginning of the conference till the very end, lifting boxes, taking registrations, and that really is the foundation of the Law Society. That's what I see it in action, is when people just step up, they see where there's a hole to be filled, and they do it. And that really is what Vinny has been this entire conference, and we are so grateful to know him. And he may have an official request coming about how to join the events committee. Um, And then, of course, we really couldn't do anything without our student team. We have a student team that has grown to 4. It went from 1 to 2 to 3, and now we're at 4 students. And 3 of our 4 students all started within the last 2 weeks. So it was a trial by fire to start a job and to come straight into a leadership conference. We have promised them that it will get easier. But let's have Addie Johnson and Brandon Anderson and Jared Lascano. And we also have Kaya Lyon, but she couldn't be here today. And yeah, that's so grateful for the bottom side of our cross stitch. Thanks for holding us together.
Hold on. This was coming. All right. So this is the Amy's. And I think any of you who know me know that I'm a little special cup of tea to work with. And this woman drinks it, and she puts up with me. And I really oh, I'm sorry. I feel so grateful. So I'll just say anything that went right was her fault. I mean, and anything that went wrong was mine. So, okay. Awesome. Okay, 1 second. We love gummy bears. So for the last part of our program, I have the opportunity to speak to you for a few minutes. And then following my remarks, I'm going to be turning the time over to Lee Wright from the Office of General Counsel, who will be announcing the rest of our program for this afternoon. And then following our 3 area legal counsel reports, our closing prayer is going to be by Luciana Regina de Carvalho Laporto. I'm sorry, I tried. That's it. But she is the Rio de Janeiro chapter chair-elect, which is very appropriate for us. So with that, I'm going to just share a few of the thoughts that have been on my mind, and I apologize. The combination of a lot of gummy bears and not a lot of sleep has made me a little weepy, so I hope you'll forgive me. But this has been an amazing experience, and I've told a lot of you that I really love my job. And it's because I get to work with all of you tremendous people. It's just an honor to work with each of you, and that you just keep showing up and working hard. And so I would just like to say to all of you, a gigantic thank you. There's no way I could possibly express how I feel in gratitude for all that you do. So with that, I would just like to say, please, a big round of applause for each of you. So one of the main reasons that this conference has been so wonderful is because you've sacrificed your time, including many, many billable hours, to be here. And I am continually impressed by your commitment to this unique organization. Despite your busy lives with careers, families, religious responsibilities, and civic duties, you still find time and energy to support and grow this work. So regarding your commitment to the mission and vision of the Law Society, I want to share just a few recent examples that illustrate the incredible efforts of Law Society members around the world. So last October, the Peru-Lima chapter hosted 2 legal clinics in the same month, offering free advice on family law, labor law, and property rights. But these clinics are held by the Lima chapter pretty much every month, all through the year. In December, after attending his own worship services on a Sunday, a Law Society member from Belgium traveled 3 hours each way to Frankfurt, Germany, to attend a Law Society meeting that lasted under 90 minutes. In January, the South Carolina chapter in the United States partnered with other organizations to host a South Carolina Religious Liberty Conference, bringing together people of various faiths to learn about the importance of religious freedom. Last spring, the Tanzania Dar es Salaam chapter educated children and adults on basic human rights, child protection laws, and how to access legal aid. During the Law Society's month of service in May, the New Zealand Hamilton chapter held a series of pro bono legal clinics offering guidance on civil, criminal, family, and indigenous law. That same month, the Brazil Santos chapter provided legal aid and collected clothing for an underserved community, while the Brazil Rio Grande do Norte, the Natal chapter, registered bone marrow and blood donors and supported a local food drive. Also in May, the Philippine student chapter organized an educational forum to encourage informed and responsible voting ahead of the country's elections. And every week, the Dominican Republic Santo Domingo chapter runs a free legal clinic for vulnerable individuals and families, serving immigrants, refugees, and local Dominicans facing hardship. This pattern of selfless service is repeated across the globe. Thousands of Law Society members regularly give up their scarce free time, not only to gather to strengthen the society, but more importantly, to serve their communities. So lately I've found myself reflecting on what motivates you to give so freely of your time and expertise when there are so many other things you could be doing instead. I found some insight in a passage from the Old Testament in the book of Deuteronomy. After Moses, the lawgiver, is shown the promised land which he will never enter, he counsels the children of Israel, "Hearken unto the statutes and unto the judgments which the Lord commanded. This is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of nations, which shall hear all the statutes and say, Surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people." Then Moses asked two profound questions. First, for what nation is there so great, who hath God so nigh unto them, as the Lord our God is in all things that we call upon him for? And second, and what nation is there so great that hath statutes and judgments so righteous as all this law, which I set before you this day? These questions reminded the Israelites of the divine source of their strength and protective power of law, given by Jehovah, the great lawgiver, during their most difficult journey. I believe that there is a lesson in this passage of Scripture for us, and at least a partial explanation for why we do what we do. As lawyers and law students of faith, we believe that our personal religious convictions give us the strength to pursue professional excellence, to defend religious freedom, to perform public service, and to uphold the rule of law. We recognize our sacred responsibility to use our legal training to do the kind of good that only attorneys can do. Just as skilled doctors are needed to mend broken bones, the world needs skilled legal professionals to mend broken systems with competence, compassion, and integrity. As we ask God to help us do the work before us, trusting he will guide our efforts during these difficult days, we will have the ability not only to address broken contracts, but also the courage to mend broken laws, the commitment to repair broken governments, and the power to restore broken public trust. There is so much suffering in the world and so many in need of help. We, as lawyers and law students of faith, have the ability to relieve the suffering and make a real difference. We, as lawyers and law students of faith, have the education, experience, organization, and religious conviction to do a work that no other group of professionals can do in the same way. And we, as lawyers and law students of faith, have access to the help of heaven to do this work if we are willing. So today, I leave you with two questions of my own, adapted from the words of Moses. First, for what legal society is there so great, who hath God so nigh unto them, as the Lord our God is in all things we call upon him for? And second, and what legal society is there so great, that hath statutes and judgments so righteous as all this law, which I set before you this day? With the Lord's hand to guide us, and a continued commitment to use our talents, legal training, and time to help people in your communities, I invite you to take what you've learned and felt at this conference and carry it with you to help a world that is in desperate need of the J. Reuben Clark Law Society. Thank you.
Amy,